Okay, let me get my face cam up. Starting to break. Well. Alrighty then. See, streamer bot just starting right up like it should be starting up, so that's good. I see Restream bot is still working even though the Restream relay isn't turned on. Interesting that it's doing that. But we will eventually integrate Kick in with YouTube, or with YouTube and Kick into Streamer bot, and the bots will, the Busted Bunny bot will do all the relaying. So, Di, you should be able to see Busted Bunny. Can you see Busted Bunny? So you should be able to see the relay. Okay, so if we get where we get Kick in on the bot, go ahead and if there's any messages that are like advertising on that on there from either Kick or Twitch, go ahead and delete it from the bot. Okay? Camera, work with me here, please. What's going on here? Interesting. The mount is being weird. Okay. Just the mount a bit. The mount itself is supposed to be screwed onto something, but this not screwed onto anything. Okay. Alright. That should be okay. So, do you remember what happened last time, Di? Trying to figure out how the body ended up in that spot. So we have a speculation that it might have went through the well. So we're going to be investigating the yard where the stage was, and we're going to check the well because we had discovered that the hole. Oh, you guys don't want to see just my head. We discovered that the hole itself is connected to the well, okay? So that's what we had discovered. We have caught Carcerado. Carcerado admitted to digging the hole. He admitted to stealing the key from the guard so he could escape from the prison. Why he acted out as a police officer when he knew freedom was just inches away, I have no idea. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom came out just 2 years prior, and prior this year, and this game came out in 2011. So we're looking at 13 years later? 12 years later? This game is 13 years before Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom's been out for nearly 2 years. Right? Am I correct or am I wrong? You can tell me. If it came out last year, it's 13 years. So, yeah. Get going. March 29th, 10 o'clock 12 or 10:12 a.m. prison yard. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will definitely reveal the truth behind it all. Although, that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate! Judge Gavel's deduction yesterday. There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show, tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well, the answer to the question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Unnecessary evidence have been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see here. Huh? There's a cover on it. A dried up well slap bang in the middle of a prison. Figured it'd be locked. Well, luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa. What is it, Kay? The lock's broken. And from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. And then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Miles Reno? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek? Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. Like you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. Huh? Say what again? Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief. Whoa! Screens appeared from thin air. This is some new high-tech next level tech, little sis. They're holograms. Matter of fact, they sort of exist in the real world. Not to that extent, though. You have to have a screen to create the holographic image. They don't just appear like that without a screen. Oh, I think I should fix that before you guys go and say, hey, I hear pinging, I hear pinging. Alright. Want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for this simulation. Hello, Phoenix. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. C. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it. How about I start off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then, who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Bippity beep boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Yippee! What is this? Again, if I were to explain this, this would be impossible without screens, because you can't create a hologram without a screen. Just like how Hatsune Miku is created, there's a screen on stage, and her holographic form is on screen. That is the only way that's able to be recreated. So a device like this wouldn't exactly work to this extent. It would need a screen. It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu. So in other words, her tool also uses AI, which when this game was created, AI was not that far advanced. Now look at AI. AI can replicate artwork, replicate voices, and replicate an entire video game with some mixed results. And this is basically what Little Thief does. There is some mixed results when the data is not correct. But they used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to do. Just like AI. AI can only do what you tell it to do. So, Little Thief sort of exists in the modern day, but it needs a screen to replicate all of this. Die. You want to see something funny about Little Thief? I will send you a video on Little Thief. You'll have to watch it for a bit. This is actually pretty funny. So, there you go. It's a very, very funny video. All right. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too. Do you know the do you know the video they just gave you, Die? So, Die, you notice your name is in green? See. Let me mess it. Let me put a message, see what it shows. What color is this going to show me? Okay, it's going to show me in yellow because I am the admin, which makes sense. Let me check something. I seen that error message. Phoenix is a blue color. Hair is also green. Okay. So I think the managing moderators get a green color in this chat for YouTube. And I don't know about standard moderators because Buster was blue and Phoenix was blue. That's kind of odd. But this particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Prison yard. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course, thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at the well. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Wouldn't it be great if we could find an alibi for Simeon? Careful. Bringing your personal feelings into this risk introducing bias to our finding. You must keep a cool head at all times while gathering information as quickly as possible. Ooh, so that's why you're going around glaring at people. You're using your icy stare to methodically analyze your tip-lipped opponent. Do I really come across as that cold of a man? We should examine this area carefully. It may just hold the clues we need. It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs. The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? That's 30 pounds on my end. Sure, it was 30 pounds. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway? Doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. We'll find out that's not true. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kind of reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school. The answer is no, Kay. What? I didn't say anything yet. I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah, it looks like something you'd use to put up a tent. But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? There's nothing of interest here. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? Don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. The well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down in during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. So, what do you think all this stuff around the well was used for? Items around the well, pulleys, a rope, and a weight. What were they being used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their parts of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. Yes, this is where the circus stage stood. Show stage stood. Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. Not in the in that extent. These chairs must have been for the audience. Wow, I pity whoever had to put them all away. There's only a dozen chairs. Really? Why? You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh? Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while. I'll consider it. I'll talk to you later. A wicker basket, or rather, a cart given the wheels. Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Ooh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs. Where did any of that come from? Huh. What was the name of our trunk happy friend again? Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Isaiah the elephant. Star of the show alongside Regent, the tiger, and Saint. Oh, of course. How could I forget? Not exactly inspiring though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Miss Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself. I suspect that's about all that is for now. It is I suspect that's about all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Okay, can you power down Mr. Thief now? Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality. Sorry, sir. I came as quick as I could. Ha! Speak of the devil! Ah, detective, that was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming out of the way, too, Regina. No problem. This seems way more fun than rehearsal, so I ditched them for the day. It's very much appreciated. Alright, detective, let's get started with Missile. Yes, sir! Hey, boy! Over here, boy! What's the matter? Come on, boy! Come on! What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Eek! Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be much of a help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Mazzarino? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? Ooh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right? If you'd be so kind. Okay, I plugged in all the details. Firing up the simulation. Here you go. This is what the yard was like during the show. The time at which the body was reported to have been thrown down the well. Oh wow, this is so amazing! It's like magic! No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why... The area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no situation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. Oh, no, it's all my frilly assistant's fault. Objection, Fender! Anyways, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want to the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show, and switch between the two as well. I can switch between recreation by using X to talk with K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? Don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is? Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. Metal detector. One of Detective Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons, used to find metal. I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. So, do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties. The old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Allie is just the cutest. Cute? That full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond? Are you sure about that? Can't help worrying you. Could just walk up and then chomp, you know. Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I was so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally! Super worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, super. Don't rope me into this. It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time. Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta go steal us some data. I don't steal data, Jay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. Well, I'm more of an act first, think later gal. Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest. Chairs are lined up neatly for the show, though we know there were a few empty seats during the performance. Something about this space. The way the seats are arranged reminds me of the karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's flight. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did! You did well to take second place, or perhaps stole his more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal first? I'm overthinking this. Die, why are you sharing my brain? A story of forbidden love between a tiger and elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Samina up there on that stage too. Oh, he was wonderful! The way he flew off the stage? Oh yes, that scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appeared in the performance. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry? Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes? Just as Judge Goodell said. Isn't it pretty hairy, healthy, and safety-wise having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all. Isaiah is very gentle. Not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Isaiah, though. Timmy had figured out some kind of a trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of a trick? Who, me? No, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. Mr. Saint's big moment. A trick of some kind enabled Isaiah to send Saint flying. A great thief's great secret weapon. Color me intrigued, Malzerino. Not exactly by the book stuff though, yeah, using great thief dadoos. doodads in an official investigation. Oh, enough with the death there, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without case reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax. Like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you. That would be very helpful. Casket was empty in the other recreation. Oh, yeah. But it was definitely empty in that photo I took, too. Oops, sorry. I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? The baskets were holding Isaiah's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. Disappearing apples. Food for Isaiah that was in the cart until the day before the show, but was gone by the next morning. It's the pen that held Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Now empty as the lady herself is on stage. I wonder how they got her in here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized, and there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kind of risky, not? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzler, alright? I'll need to give it some more thought. She seems to be enjoying the change. I'll leave her to it. Okay. Okay, time to piece some logic. Die? You ready to piece some logic? Stuck, die? Die! Are you still there? Wonder what's going on. Chat disconnect. Apples and elephants, she said. My chat seems to have disconnected. You said, and the disappearing apples. Okay. The chat disconnected for some reason. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Isaiah. Let me check to see if this will still work. Okay, that's going directly to Kick. Try typing again, Di. I see Kick. Is it disconnected from YouTube? See you over there. Why is it not? Let me check here. Toggle. Type something again. Interesting. Let me type. Okay, hold on a sec. I'm gonna have to see if I can't bring this. Crap. I'm gonna be blind. Whoops. I kind of grabbed the wrong one, so. That's not what I want. Okay. So, why are we not? It's not showing YouTube here. Interesting. Oh. Because it disconnected from the account. Okay. Type in again, Di. I had to re-sign into YouTube. It locked me out of YouTube. So, I had to re-sign into YouTube. Thankfully, a fix like that is... Thankfully, I can fix it that way. But, I kind of wish it would not sign me out of the account. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk wouldn't reach them. Are you sure about that? Oh, yes. It was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility the cart was moved to somehow within Isaiah's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had begun moving and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most problematic timeline. Let's update the recreation, Kay. Will do. I'll add that into the simulation of the performance then. Updating bases on what Regina told us now. There, all done. Little wonder, smells of animals. It was being used for the elephant. To hold Isaiah's apples, right? Yep, it was full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight? Ooh. Did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. Alright, let's do some more logic. Alright. Well, we got the item, but the 30-pound weight isn't going to help us. Not right now. Because the 30-pound weight is one of the items around the well. The trick Mr. Saints performed for his big scene, could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? You got it. Taking another look at these, could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saints? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I could maybe add it to the simulation. Good idea. Please go ahead and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that, I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, how does it work? He said he used the pulley at the top of the well and suspended a heavy weight from a rope and lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied around his body. I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. And how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it. That's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right. And to do that, he used a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I have to steal it. This one has to go into the Great Thief's repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea wouldn't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh, right. Then we can see how it all works for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. And now to add in the data. Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Mr. Saint's trick data jotted down in my organizer. Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that? That's genius. Indeed. But I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him at the very least. Would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Mr. Saint used the well to construct the contraption that would send him flying from the stage. It made clever use of this rope. It made clever use of 2 ropes. This part, just like the one we saw in the workshop. This part, just like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes, but why is it here? But why is it here? Are you okay, Miss Edgeworth? You've gone kinda blank. And I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon. It does? I'm not quite sure I see it myself. Oh? Too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hung it around your neck like a big old albatross. Then we'll see how you like it. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried. I can promise you that. pulley and a rope. I suppose the two did intend to go together. They sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other. Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. This is the rope that was hanging down the well. But there's no piñata at the end of it, and definitely no bucket. Do try to be serious, Kay. Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. So cut it out with the serious, the stare of yours. Actually, she may be onto something. We might want to consider what could have really been attached to the end of the rope. Okay. Alright. I know the battery is getting low here. What can we piece together this time? For now, I see two. Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you? No? You haven't noticed, Detective? There's something strange about the weight we found. Problem is the number of weights. That is to say, the only one on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. Insufficient weight. More weight would have been needed to lift Saint in the air. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. They changed the graphics for this weight. So in the original game it was 33 pounds, which is also 15 kilograms. And they changed it to 30 pounds in this game. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Well, why not, right, Di? Which two are we connecting this time? Well, we're not connecting the apples to the weight. Remember, the apples were not connected to the weight. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Oh, geez. I'm never going to use my fishing rod. So before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. Simple enough. It uses this sound and this gauge to tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it reacts. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, the feds. Anyways, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it. Sir, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a look-see, huh? Found this little guys in the grass. They're the same as the waders we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? I count 4 altogether, sir. They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying. So somebody hid several of the same weights as the one by the well. But why? But why and why over there? Yes, nice work, me. Eek! Alligator! That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? You sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir. I'm sure this is something different, and I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. And she's gone. We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately. That's the name. Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir. Oh no! What if she ate one of the weights? I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide these weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Scour the scene and inspect anything that... This is a saying that Di's going to sleep to. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. She probably still remembers. I must inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Okay, so we're gonna deduce the ropes. And we got two pieces of evidence that we can use. I'm gonna let you pick one of them. Well, we can't use rope on rope, so that one makes sense. So what else can we use? You want the next page, okay. I don't see anything we can use on the next page. There is one thing we can use on this page. One of the other pages has one we can use. But you gotta pick which one you want. Tarp isn't gonna help us. Because we're trying to figure out what was used as a weight instead of the weights themselves. Tarp isn't gonna be heavy enough to pull Simeon. This piece of evidence reveals a contradiction in the scene of the crime. I'm gonna need some specifics here, Mr. Edgeworth. Gotta say, I don't get it either, sir. Well, if you look here, come on, sir, you gotta give us more than that. Well, that's what it said in here. What are you talking about? Yes, this contraption. If I'm not imagining things, it's missing something. Alright, well, deduce Mr. Saint's trick. So one of the ropes is missing. Oh, okay, maybe it was the rope. Eureka! No. This guide is messed up. Alright, so let me figure this out. Ah, there we go. That's what the writing of the guide is trying to tell me. But it's written so oddly weird. They need to rewrite it. Because whoever wrote that wrote it weird. Because it's, for one, they should have highlighted point the cursor at the rope. That way it would have been easier, because they have examine what, because the next thing that they're looking at is Mr. Saint's trick. Says deduce, which you have to deduce something else before you click on Mr. Saint's trick. So it's oddly written. So that's why it was a little confusing. Think about the two recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the two. Namely that one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah, Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work, only with the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? Like one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the missing rope went? And this is where the a lot of our evidence that we were picking before comes in. So yeah,
Take that!
we'll do this. This rope was found beside Mr. Knight's body. Wait, you mean? Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying, yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weight was, of course, the body. It could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Yes. Somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. And Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. But when he used the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell at the bottom of the well. The rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden. So that no one could realize they'd been replaced with the body? Precisely. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Hello there, King! Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere? This one should be easy, Di.
Take that!
This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Ooh, another pizza puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now, love. Love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well, which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. But what about Judge Gavelle? But what about what Judge Gavelle said yesterday? Ah, but if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, what exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? When? It would have been the day before the show, the night before actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished at around midnight. in which case the killer must have switched the weight out for the body after that point. Body uses weight. The body was left dangling inside the well the night before the incident. Mr. Saint's trick data updated in my organizer. Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Canis isn't the killer. Little wonder, smells of animals that was being used for the elephant. Old Isaiah's apples, right? Yep, it was full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight? Ooh, did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No, if we deemed it necessary, we will simply ask for the key. Spoil sport. That should have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else, but you're not making an audience out of me. Alright, so we got one last thing that we can piece together, and of course, unfortunately, this is the only one we got. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body at around the same time. Hard to chalk this up to coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which could only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now let's see what... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask the guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! Yes, miss? What can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where is the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Warden Lagarde is the only one with a key? Meaning if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Thanks for the help. Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. So we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake, thinking it was a break room. Well, it's got breakers, so maybe? They must have came to tamper with the switches. Did they turn off the power to something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped? This one should be easy to figure out, Di. No, the door did not lose power. We want to pick something that actually did lose power. Okay, that's it. Okay. No. We didn't exactly have a gate that was lost power because of a breaker. Yes, there actually is one thing on this page.
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was! So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to? It seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the camera would have made things easier for them. It would! Which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be. Could it? Breakers data jotted down in my organizer. So keep an eye on what you see there. The high voltage fence, camera. We have sensors A and sensors B. There's other ones too, but those seems to be the important ones. Alright, little thief, your work is done here. First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. Good morning, Mr. Winter. What? You? How did you get here before me? Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you made an early start. I see you made a late one, Judge Cavell. This is not my only case. I am a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor, relieved of his only current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. A man, of course, an associate attorney. Associate? More like asinine. We'll see about that. You insist, let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay. I'll go get some officers to help.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary. Why not? We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner, Your Honor. I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I am sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat?
Overruled.
You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my word seems to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simius Saint's innocence. Interesting. It's spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Judge Gavel's theory. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Mr. Carcerado did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know that only one who could have dropped the body down during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion? And you can prove it, of course? Of course you can! Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just arrived just ahead of our arrival. She really is a very busy woman. But looking after baby Winter, the victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The case of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Autopsy report data updated in my organizer. Simius Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gavel hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove it? Actually, we do. Yes, I think I might. Just might.
Hold it!
That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer, you're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you are certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Mr. Saint was the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the goddess of justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue? Is this a court or a cult? If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come, show me your evidence. Isn't it possible that Mr. Carcerado simply failed to notice the body? Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you have been through the secret passage, have you not? Whoa, how'd you know? I noticed mud on you yesterday, on the charming key in your hair to be precise. That is incredible. You could be a great thief with eyes like that. Answer me truthfully, in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed a body had one been present? Well, you know, I guess I would have. There you have it. Mr. Carcerado did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see.
Hold it!
Could you talk to us through your reasoning on that a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the key from Mr. Carcerado. Or more specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and entered Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerado crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there yet. Wait a second, that doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerado smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Mr. Carcerado had crawled through it. Mr. Carcerado used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended, from which you deduce that the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprit would be.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Miss Barry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show. And those who were not have plausible alibis? What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards had left their posts during the show. I have checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. She's thorough. I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth? That the killer could only have been Simeon Saint? Judge Gabriel hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet. Which means we've got the advantage for a change. I should review the evidence we gathered during our investigation of the yard. Okay, so now we're ready to pick an evidence. Well, we don't have any evidence to disprove it. Alright, now the evidence. There's only one logical piece of evidence that can be used. Okay, that's it.
Objection!
Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephants. I do. Just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weight end down the well allowed him to complete the trick.
Objection!
Wait! Wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage?
Hold it!
It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. She's still going to pursue that it was Simeon Saint who did the trick. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, Even you must see how this works.
Objection!
If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gravel theorized, without these extra steps. Miss Berry. Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. We had to get the person's approval on what we were going to perform. So I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it.
Overruled.
Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You're a prosecutor, and you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You're breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it is her, well, that we must fight. Then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. Why Saint is the suspect? If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. This is an official translation years after Among Us became popular. I think sus is a common word for Among Us. So the developers behind this game were like, why not use it? All the Among Us uses it. We use it too. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. I agree. It may be plausible. But it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape. I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge.
Hold it!
You seem to think that Mr. Knight was killed here in the yard. When do you think he was brought here? Sometime between midnight and 8 a.m., the day of the show. It could only have been during that time. In other words, between the end of rehearsal and the start of the performance. As I was saying, if the body was moved from the yard to the workshop,
Hold it!
was there really no other way he could have been here? Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed. And presumably, none of your witnesses have testified that haven't seen such a thing. Precisely. praised be the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So as you will agree, it can only be that Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret.
Hold it!
You're certain nobody else had the opportunity? Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it!
But Mr. Saint was under the same scrutiny, was he not?
Overruled!
The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Barry, he is the only person who was free to wander where he willed.
Objection!
It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor.
Overruled!
Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then recall this fact, if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who was free to walk around the prison. But there was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison. A time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows there was a period on the day of the crime where oversight was limited? We're not ready to present the breakers yet. Got one step before the breakers. Remember, we're looking for a period of time. Did you see it? Roll call. What do you mean? We're looking for a period of time where it says, what do I have that shows there was a period on the day of the crime where oversight was limited? Roll call would not be it. Roll call was 7 a.m. to noon and 9 p.m. But the guards were doing that.
Take that!
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? We'd previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this, we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for the length of the time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was not simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this. So then we go back to what answer that you suggested.
Take that!
Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been open at around the time of the murder. What? Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Ha ha ha. Then how does he explain the lock in the power room door? Oh yeah, kind of locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure. This is Edgeworth's point, which she's kind of not seeing the point. So I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
Objection!
No. But one person could have. See? He's expressing his point very clearly. I beg your pardon? That person, the killer, had easy access to it. In fact, and what's more, their position here is such that nobody could dare question them.
Objection!
Well, what? There's no one like that! The break into the electric fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was...
Take that!
The real culprit is... Warden Lagarde. Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie woo? He's not just a pretty face. Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a real poet, aren't you? I have no idea. But if I didn't know it better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. What? Warden Lagarde is the killer? Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Oh, it's such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me, I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points, and we must trust it with the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. Remember, Missile's nose. Remember Missile's nose. What was he smelling? And this will probably make it easy on what else Missile was smelling on somebody else. I said someone, not what. This should be pretty easy. If she smells sweet, there was somebody else that smelled sweet. There you go. That makes it easy. Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser. The police dog? We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent and is coming from you. Oh, darling. You're priceless. Really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. It seems Judge Cabell may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this is to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key and the scent found lingering on the body as hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might have been able to brush it off as coincidence. However, indeed, then it seems the conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself. We should. And when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? I didn't do it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in a cell. So by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went into the prison. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check it if you like. You wouldn't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what airbrain theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break. Missile didn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear, I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records. He clearly wants us to check the records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a silly. Big silly. You made a big boo-boo and you know it. Did we?
Hold it!
Judge Gabel told you everything. Are you close? Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Jealous of what? I had to ask Warden Lagarde for a lot of information on the first day of our investigation. It seems only right that I share some information in return. Oh, Verity, do you have to make it sound so awfully dry? I thought we had a lovely chat. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do. I'm not sure what's going on, but these two, they're terrifying, formidable together. The murder took place in a cell? You seem very happy to accept that. And why shouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, they found Knight's blood in his cells. Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Carcerado. So I needn't tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary? What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison? Please, darling, let me finish. Hold it! So, you were in your office the whole time? And you didn't notice anything unusual? No, I can't say that I did. And you didn't notice anything missing? I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I'm put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I haven't lost some important evidence recently. It was gone, poof, just like that. What? And she still has a job? Honestly, if somebody came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed. Seems like I'll need more than the power room key to expose her. On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I'd misplaced. If I'd had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Hold it! Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance of the prison. What if you took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Wait until yesterday. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed. No, you had another way in. I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location. This is pretty easy. Look at the warden's office. What do you see? Take that! Through the fence? Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. Don't start for creativity, darling. Now would I have gotten through the fence, The extremely high fence, toppled with razor wire with thousands of volts of electricity gone through it. Yeah, how's she supposed to have gotten through that, The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room. And only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it.
Overruled.
Utterly ridiculous. The power room is in the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the defendant center side. How would she even have reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss. You've dug yourself a real hole now. But there's no record of Warden Lagarde having to enter the prison proper. Then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. But there must be some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. But if I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. Hey, I said take a deep breath and not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the wall. Same wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warden Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, you cannot find... You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflex objection. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence? Yes, it is not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? One of these makes sense. She couldn't have done it alone. But what if she wasn't alone? Ooh, now we're thinking. Way to flex that old gray matter, kiddo. I believe the Warden Lagarde had an accomplice. Enough. You disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth has said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm if people go where they are not supposed to. See that you have realized your error, and we are, of course, within the prison ground, where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. Despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Carcerado's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals. He most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so her accomplice must be human.
Overruled.
Then who did it? Given that it cannot have been a person or a prisoner or a guard,
Objection.
I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there is one person. Someone whose movement weren't restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that free roaming person was. This is easy. Very easy. No, the footage wouldn't help us in this. The footage would not help us in this. Now, it's stating that there was one person that was able to have free access to the entire prison without setting off alarm. The footage does not help us with that. Well, he can't be free roaming anymore. He's disabled. Battery depleted. All right. Give me a second. I got to do a little rearranging of the controllers here. Speaking of disabled, there's something that's considered disabled. Probably would help if this was plugged in and not in the computer. There we go. Let's go back. Not there. Now let's figure out a different piece of evidence. Now that we're plugged into the system, the switch now. The only thing is, I get no vibration. So we're gonna go without feeling anything.
Take that!
This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank saw it. Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while? That is pretty funky, and I don't mean it in a good way. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although, you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Bodhim Harma Canis, for example?
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation.
Objection!
In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sod himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop by having Mr. Sod shut off the corresponding breakers. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And? Do you deny it, Warden Lagarde? No, darling, you got me, I admit it. Warden! Don't tell me this isn't true. Verity, honey, I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. You got her! Nice shooting, cowboy. You won't be wriggling out of this now. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums. No, we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity dear, I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuse now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved. Oh gosh. All right. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Bodhihama Canis, that awful assassin. Canis? How long has it been since that awful man came here to my prison? My beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes. Very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. Wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything? Wait, is that how he became the fixer? Yes, darling. I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Everything. I brought dear, sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too. So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? Once a week late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the package down the well on the prisoner's side and went back through the fence. Each one of them specialized with a little of my perfume. So that's what the sweet smell was. Yes, it was a signal for Canis's dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the package and bring them back to his master. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course. Can't have been easy keeping him from finding out. Oh well, all very much creatures of habits here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to its schedule, meals, exercise hours, the sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis's dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either. She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on this side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would speak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time code on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The goddess of justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our daily days. And so Frankie, bless his soul, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So that's the secret behind the fixer's system. Why she was... Police have been trying to track down his accomplice for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled that secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over? Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on the rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. Letters? I suppose she must know about the correspondence chess game too. But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, you just can't comprehend it. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth, the words of Warden Lagarde's confession have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there's no need to hound her any longer. Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more about her to uncover? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even felicitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used the same route to move Knight's body. Where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde used to signal delivery. What do you make of that? Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. It does match the statement that Mr. Carcerado provided. A smell. Yeah. Always smelled kind of nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the wall. Ugh. You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. No! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we can go? Finally! So we're actually done? Yes, Eustace. Seems we are. By the power invested in me, this court is adjourned. Who was that? Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Thunder. Are you objecting to my adjourning this session? No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn. Don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolate goodness. Anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make, is all. As Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Ah, yes, I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time. Right, you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Then, let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now? Amusing. But, what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my bone, funny bone, that Feast here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on this Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis. She did? No way! If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. And where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it. No, Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair! I was all ready to prosecute him! No, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice. Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course! I wouldn't refuse this silver-tongued devil! Eddykins! You know, you have such a way with words! Oh God, she fell for his trap. Just doing my job, thief! Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all verity, darling. Do say you'll let me? As you wish. Court is unadjourned. I can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Me either. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. He's not wrong. I've been leaning on your hard. And besides, the defense never rests. Am I right? Timmy is depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my resources of cool lawyer chat there. We can't fool this up now. Which means you're up the bat, Miles McSmiles. Show him the never rest spirit. I shall. Fabulous! So let's get started! Ha! Let's get started. Ha! My truth. I really don't think anyone could have done it, but that dreadful man Canis, there's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed the poor man to death. And then he did his dog and then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. Well, it's kind of contradicting because we have a certain evidence that says otherwise. The victim? Mr. Knight, yes. I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes? You killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would never have happened. That's why I had to clean up this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, whatever you honestly is truly to your credit. I am certain Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. No, you haven't. Matter of fact, the kind of person he is, he probably wished that you were dead by now. You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that? Because all the other children in my little homes are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the guards and me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder. That's a very touching reason indeed. I don't believe a word of it. But Canis, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who could do something like that. Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at the opposite ends of the facility?
Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen.
But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happened in that short of time.
Hey, then you don't know Canis, my dear. He found a way, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
How could he take a disliking to somebody all the way over in the holding cells?
I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course.
Why is she looking at me like that?
So noble, so dashing in the marvelous suit, so clever.
She's starting to act like Wendy Oldbag.
I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can.
Stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught.
Hold it!
What more can you tell us about those sordid details?
Well, we all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble, especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in anyway.
They must make some sort of paper report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight.
That's because I didn't, sweetie. And the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, no, but nothing more. I expect Canis used that chisel that was hidden in the chest set, don't you? Awful grisly business. Just imagine the man probably didn't even have time to cry out.
I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing, of course. We can talk about them some more. I expect Canis used that chisel that was hidden in the chisel set, don't you?
Hold it!
And which chess set would that be precisely?
Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. But that naughty boy snuck a chisel inside it. Can you imagine?
How did she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to that certain deduction we made. So, how did she find out?
Of course, in the hands of a killer like Canis, even a chisel could serve as a deadly weapon. It would have been easy work for that vile assassin.
Hold it!
You seem to have very strong feelings about Mr. Canis.
Well, of course I do. I told you what he said to me and what an absolute menace he was to interrogate. He could slither out of anything, the snake.
He sounds as tough as a rock.
And that infuriating, self-satisfying look on his face when they took him back to his cell. Ah, my blood boils just thinking about it.
I certainly don't blame her on that account.
Hold it!
Surely you're not suggesting that the dog threw the body down the well.
I told you already, darling, Canis has more dogs than the beastly creature. Remember, he has pets on the outside too.
You mean he brought someone in from the outside the prison to help him commit the crime?
Of course not, silly. How would they have made it through the security? But he's the so-called fixer now. Exercise that fabulous brain of yours a little. How hard would it be for him to recruit a dog on the outside? Or even plant one?
Interesting. And does this dog have a name?
Well, if I knew that, my life would be so much easier now, wouldn't it? Anyways, it was just a little thought. You can ponder it on your own sweet time, darling.
She's a slippery one. I'm not going to be able to catch her with this line of questioning, it seems. Warden Lagarde's testimony is a little more than a house of cards. I just need to push her on the right statement to bring it all tumbling down. Alright, out of those 7 statements, which one are we going to present evidence? The last one? Let's see what the last one says. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. Well, we don't have any evidence to disprove that, unfortunately. I expect Canis used that chisel that was hidden in the chest set, don't you? Well, I don't think this particular statement is going to help us, but this statement can. This statement can. Which the piece of evidence that we're going to use is actually going to it's going to be very surprising. So, which piece of evidence? Think about where the chisel was. No, we got to figure out where the chisel was, and the chisel can't be found inside of a chisel. Oh, the chisel was not found inside the body.
Objection!
Are you serious with me, game? Oh. Maybe it was the right statement, Die. Because, it would've, it's, again, this guide is, whoever printed this guide out actually was, didn't print it out, type it out very well. Because it doesn't, you're looking at the bold, which helps out the player when they're doing it like this. They should have bolded even the statement. Warren Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests. But either one of those statements would have worked for this. I don't know why it didn't work for the other one. The way it's written, both of those should have worked. Mr. Edgeworth, please call me Fifi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. I don't think he's going to call her Sweetie Pie. Yeah, you did say that. But I'm looking at where this was saying is present the pocket chest. Because usually when they put those statements there, it usually reflects the last one. But most of the other times, those had been bold to insinuate, oh, okay, it wasn't bold. But whoever did this one probably should go and edit this guide and bold information, because when they're doing stuff like this on stream and stuff, they can't just read every word. So when they're doing stuff like this for streaming, a lot of times they're going to use this as a reference. So even if they're doing it blind, they don't have to use the guide, but if they played it a few times and using it as a reference, bold the text because it's going to be easier on them. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance. Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't let it get inside your head. You said that earlier, that you didn't know much about the night. In which case, I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this one, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit Knight. Wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived. What? I mean, of course that. When Mr. Saint came in, we...
Objection!
You checked him? I find that hard to believe because if you did, that means your story is all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Hey! Judge Gabel, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let through. Precisely. So Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? I think we got her good. What do you think, Di? Think we got her good? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that... All right, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, all right? I questioned Knight, that was, when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darling. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Very well, go ahead, Warden Lagarde. And please, tell the truth this time. Stop kissing the fox. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. Why is she kissing a fox anyways? And why is the fox kissing back? My Truth Part 2. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I'm at a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thorough she seals her fate. So it was simply a conversation with new detainee? That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Vanity, darling. I knew you'd understand.
Objection!
Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we, Mr. Edgeworth? You may begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
So, am I right in assuming that you talked to Knight the night before the show?
Exactly, darling, I would have been. Oh, around 3 a.m. on the 27th.
3 a.m. That falls squarely within the window time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't he have been asleep?
Normally, yes, but if you remember, a guard has attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you he was wide awake. We all were.
Regardless, I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him in such a late hour.
Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Anyways, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me, and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning me every last thing I say?
So I feel beast. He's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like, where you had him brought to?
My office, of course. Whereas?
Her office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony?
Anything for you, darling.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is?
You've seen the sign in the detention center corridor, I imagine.
The one that says no entry?
That's it, sweetie. My office is just up in there, a short walk from the holding cells.
I understand that you also have access to the yard?
Why, of course. That's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're saying that's how I moved the body?
You had the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion.
Objection!
There's no other way the body could have been moved.
Overruled!
Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well. Yeah, what she said. You're miles off, Edgeworth. I probably shouldn't push this any further for now.
Hold it!
What did you and Knight speak about?
Nothing much, just some small talk, really. I asked him about what animal he liked, what his hobbies were.
His hobbies? Then I imagine you talked about chess.
Oh yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least I think that's what they were about.
So she's seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram?
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him?
Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. What?
That guy honest.
He was talking about one croissant and promoting a pawn. I suppose he must have been hungry.
And peasant and promoting a pawn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today.
You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him.
She already established a motive.
I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with the animal.
She really does hate Canis. Warden Lagarde, I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony.
I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
Hold it!
You say that you bear a grudge against only Mr. Canis, is that correct?
No, I despise him. Coming into my prison thinking he can do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll clip his wicked wings if it's the last thing I do. And that awful dog of his, it's a menace. Completely upended the peace and quiet of my home.
She even hates his dog. It does seem at first glance that she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight. But she hates Canis so much that she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony will surely reveal itself. She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? Pretty chummy person, Warden, if you ask me. Chummy? She killed the man, Detective. Poor guy would have been in cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden Lagarde was the murderer. The evidence points to the conclusion and no other. Alright, time to figure out which piece of evidence you say the last one. Let me. Okay. This one should probably be easy to figure out. Well, it's related to the chess, but it's not the chess set.
Objection!
Judge Gravel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You seen it in Mr. Canis's cell too. What do you mean?
Objection!
Oh, come on, don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. If she wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally interrogating your own prisoner is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis has threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. And so what if I did? You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. Ah! And then, who should appear but Knight carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game? We ourselves use that diagram to or infer a connection between the two men. And it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reason one step further. You surmised the knight was Mr. Canis's henchman sent to kill you. Which is the real reason you had that chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you mentioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there inside his chest set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself? As far as you were concerned, the chisel meant one thing: Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself the Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses, Judge. Judge Cavell, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of Goddess of Justice, who is it this time? Warden? It's a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? These darling, I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. And I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict.
Overruled.
I am curious to hear what the warden has to say. What?
Yeah, down, Verity. I just have one last thing to say, then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner.
You rang?
Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report?
Of course, we received the finalized version only this morning.
That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep.
4 inches?
Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound?
Forgive me, oh goddess. I came hilariously close to making a terrible mistake.
Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now,
Well, what do we do? It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always comes through. Right, sir? It looks to me that the miles and out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things around. Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road.
We can't give up now. We have to do something.
I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. The only explanation that fits the facts of the case. If the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other blade weapon is there here in this facility? It seems we still do not have all the answers, or the evidence to prove those answers. Last, we must wait till the trial to see the matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Oh, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence.
Overruled.
Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Not me. Nope, not me. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it. This question throws everything we've deduced out the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth? Allow me to remind you. that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subjected to the harshest penalties. It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it, you can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Okay. Gee, Miles. Your little buddy, there's quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things look, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Judge Gavell. You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misjudged theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor and relieve you of your badge for good. He's right. I have put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another, but I have made some sort of fundamental oversight. Wait, you said my theories were misguided? Nothing to say? The court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby... Sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misjudged. I was being misled. The defense, Simeon Saint. I think it's a little soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed. What? I'd like to remind you a few things. The sight of his dog, Helmut, the fact that he wasn't at the show, those and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth? You seem almost proud of your blunder.
Hold it!
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a blunted instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder had been removed, just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find? That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel was a murder weapon. But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is a murder weapon, rather than whatever was really used? Do you know the answer, Di? Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What is suggested? What are you talking about, darling? Mr. Winter, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you do? That Mr. Canis is a killer? And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Indeed. That was her plan right from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Canis. The reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde clearly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection!
If we could just find the real murder weapon.
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon have been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here in this prison. This would have been made sure of that. The security gate? I'm glad you at least remember what it is. And do you remember what it does? Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal. Which you mean you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh. Precisely. There is another murder weapon. It cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Gabelle? What am I trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth? Is that if you wish to believe that there's another murder weapon here in this prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright. We know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside of a pocket chest set. But our connection is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is this. Can you show me this alternate route? How did the weapon Warden Lagarde used get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Kenneth is with me now. So the knife, we know, belongs to Kenneth, but it's also evidence. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. No, it's not going to be the chest set because that's where the chisel was. Now you got to figure out where the knife, how the knife came in. Okay. The well is inside. The well is inside the prison. Okay. So it has no connection leading outside the prison. So the well is not going to help us. The knife came into the prison. So the well can't help us. Page 2. Nothing on page 2 is going to help you. There is one thing on page 3 that'll help you. The bell, which is evidence in Candace's case, which was attached to the knife.
Take that!
Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Candace yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only 2 in the existence. Just 2? 2 and only 2. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. So you see, there's a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence, Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police. What? Mr. Candace's knife was part of the evidence in the case against him. The evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell that was attached to the chisel? Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. So she made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon and then attached it to the bell. So in so doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Candace. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde? Those aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up.
Objection!
Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. Those particular bells are unique because there are only 2 of them in existence. What? By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with. I don't, not yet anyway. Mr. Winter, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. Huh? But if you do find something, that's going to make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Well, yeah, but, you know, that's worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigated authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. No. If we give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No! I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can say, Mr. Saint, and that means even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. Not at all. Actually, we do, don't we, Di? If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing. Ha! You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart. Impersonating the judge. There's no way you could! It's not here, I tell you! Well, would you be so kind to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think, Miles, think. Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in the stew. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. Blinding? A hiding place? No. If you insist. Come on, Elmont. Open up. Did she use the same trick? No, that's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade this detection would there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right. But if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? No, it's not going to be in the office. Because, remember, the police looked in her office. They didn't find a knife.
Take that!
Here in the yard? Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Where exactly is the murder weapon hidden? Where do you think it's hidden, Di? Where do you think it's hidden?
Take that!
Of course! That's what it must have been. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel? Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pond over there. What? No way! We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gravel, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian. I'm sure I could get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess. As you wish. Then you can simply wait and watch as your lies get exposed. Yeah. Sir, we got it. That has to be it. It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhid Harmok Canis' knife, making you the only person who could have hid Bronco Knight. That's a criminal here. This is all Curtis doing. I did the right thing. Knight was threatened. Of course, this despicable man, Canis, why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little homie? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiful butcher lawful terrible man. Curtis is here. March 29th, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center. Corridor. Prosecutor Thwinner, sir. The test results have just come back. Thwinner. I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis's knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you'd like. Yes, sir. Winner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage? Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. It would be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusion on that front. Huh? There's Clueless, and then there's you. Well, then, I guess we'd better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer. You're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare the witness first-rate investigation talent in action. Yes, sir. I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time! I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. Truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth. In the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You do not have to believe me. However, the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, is obligated to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than providing people guilty, or proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not taking this. I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gravel is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Simeon, you're out! Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah, but I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go, and then I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. What? Really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? No, stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now. Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you. So say thanks already. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me, too. Mr. Saint, talking directly to me? Small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure. Not exactly an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him, but now... Well, it's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he did, if he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps. That he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. You should show him that this things that proves Knight trusted him. Hold on. I have this piece of evidence.
Take that!
It's the chest set I brought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. Imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess. Oh. Bronco! Why didn't you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep, and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. Oh, I'll try. I have to, for Bronco, I have to show him I can become the best animal tamer there. That's the spirit. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd like it for you to come, if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. Di, do you remember who that is? Maximilian, aka Max, or Billy Bob Jones. The Magician. That's right, the Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go. Well, I'll think about it. All right, Simeon. We've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that, please. Di, do you want to be Regina's friend? Another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something. Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder and you're going to make me blush or topple over. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously, Miles? My friend, I'm always serious. Anyways, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. Being an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the old days. The good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I've felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? Not sure. Hey, Miles. Ever thought about going into the defense game full-time? Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light sounds all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Oh, don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. The heck you were. Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Thunder, I'm a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I said my piece. If you change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Follow my father's footsteps? Could I really do such a thing? I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad! An attorney, like my father. Me? Okay. That actually takes us to the end of this case. I am going to put this cable over on this side because I got things I want to do. The other stuff. Alright, what do you think of that case, Di? Yeah, that case was a little long. I blended two parts together. And then we ran over past midnight. Because I see one of our parts that's over 6 hours long. And this next case is going to be not quite as long as the last one. And the one afterwards is not going to be quite as long as the last one. But the last case is going to be long. Very, very long. But I can already assure you that it's not going to be nearly as long as Rise from the Ashes. I can assure you that. gotta fix this side of the cap. For some reason, it kind of took off. Alright, that looks a little bit better. I see I have something to chop off the top here. Alright, so next week is going to be December. We're going to start off the next case, which as you can see is Turnabout Legacy, which is not the original name on the fan translation. Which you're going to find out there's going to be a lot of changes to this entire game. They changed the name to a lot. Which is, I'm still kind of confused as to why they call it Prosecutor Gambit. Well, you can already see from the last case, Edgeworth is not gambling his career. At this point, his career is already removed. It's pretty much completely removed. It just doesn't exist. So the title, Prosecutor Gambit, is a little misleading. It is more of a prosecutor's path because he's trekking a path to go back and get his badge. Alright. Alright, you have any questions? Do you have any criticism? Alright. Di, do you want a chat like this? I could teach you how to set it up. You'll have to create a bot. Oh, you don't want to... Oh... You don't necessarily need to create a bot because the relay is going to be it's going to be on stream, and you're not going to have to worry about Twitch or any other platform. All right. Alright. So you guys over on Twitch, you can basically go over on Twitch and do Rainix as well. Andy should probably drop her link as well. Because she's also on Twitch as well. But anyways, this is going to be it for me for